And call to order the December 16th, 2025 regular meeting of the Whittier City Council at 7:02 p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin tonight's meeting, please note that the digital copies of the packet are available on our website. A QR code is provided just outside the door or at the top left corner of the YouTube video. You can open your phone's camera to scan the code and access the packet. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mrs. Borg. Here. Mr. Wagner.
Here.
Mr. McAlto.
Here.
Mr. Pinkush.
Here.
Mr. Denmark. Mr. Denmark. I see Mr. Denmark with us, but I'm not sure if the microphone's not working for him. I can't turn it off for you, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I've
Mrs.
got an
Lowe?
audio problem here.
Here. And Mr. Mayor. Oh,
This
There
is
we
Denmark.
go.
I'm
Thank
only
you, Mr.
catching
Denmark.
bits and pieces here.
and Mr. Mayor.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Any citizen comments on any agenda items except those scheduled for public hearing are welcome at this time. Those who have signed in will be given the first opportunity to speak. Please note, this is not a time for dialogue. It's a time for citizens to speak and the council to listen. And Madam Clerk, is there anyone signed in for citizen comments at this time?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lonnie Young, if you'd like to come to the podium. Oh, oopsies.
Good evening, Mayor Shen and City Council members. My name is Lonnie Young. I live in Anchorage and I'd like to speak to Resolution 2025-047, the feasibility evaluation of Mountain Goat Court. I own property that'll be directly affected if Mountain Goat Court is feasible and deemed to be a future capital improvement project. As a lifelong Alaskan, a registered professional engineer in the state of Alaska, I understand the importance of doing things intentionally that will last for generations to come. Not only considering the challenging terrain, drainages, water crossings, changes to elevation, but also pioneering development in the city of Whittier that fosters growth in a responsible way. It's been a pleasure to work with City Manager Jackie and City Clerk Shelby, and I look forward to continued efforts with this project. In closing, I strongly support Resolution 2025-047 and wholeheartedly believe it will set a precedent for standards and future development in this amazing community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Next is Mr. Mike Bender.
I don't have an agenda item to speak to, but just an announcement. This fall is the Prince William Sound Regional Citizens Advisory Council meeting. They go around all the oil spill affected communities, and this fall is on September 17th and 18th. I think that's a Thursday and Friday. they hope to meet here in Whittier. I hope they've been talking to the administration about space, or I'll mention that to someone down there. The big challenge, of course, coming to Whittier, we have about 80 people that need to find housing. So that's going to be the challenge for this endeavor. But I'll talk to the folks there and see if we can't get something going. I think they would be interested in this space. So that's if there's any other questions, I can answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Mr. Kai Holland.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to double dip on you tonight. I was asked to come up for a moment to speak to item number 13 that's on your agenda, and I'll do a legislative update later in the meeting at the appropriate time. I just wanted to touch bases with you. It was suggested by staff that I just take a moment. This is a bill, House Bill 229, that I brought to you about 2 months ago for your awareness that I was working on this, that would, if passed by the legislature, put Alaska on regular standard time year-round. We currently observe daylight savings time, which means that in March, we spring forward, we advance our clocks, and then in November, we had rolled it back again. So we're currently on standard time. If this law were to be enacted, we would stay on this time that we're on now. We wouldn't have the springtime change where we flip back and forth. About over 95% of Alaskans when we've surveyed them, want to stop this time change twice a year. From there, it gets a little more split. There's about 3/4 of Alaskans that say they would like to stay on standard time, which gives us a little more light in the morning, in order to ensure that we're going to bed with it getting a little darker and we have a little more light in the early part of the day. About 1/4 of Alaskans, though, are fairly strenuous in their desire to have daylight savings time in the summertime because they get that extra hour in the evening. They give it up in the morning because we unfortunately can't legislate more light in the day. I've provided you an additional sheet, and there's also some copies out on the front table for anyone that would like to pick one up that has some information about this bill. Fundamentally, you'll see that if we stayed on permanent standard time, we would have about 130 days where the sun here in South Central Alaska would come up after 8 a.m. If we went to permanent daylight savings time, that is winter time stayed on daylight savings time, we would spend an entire additional month with the sun not rising till after 8. Said differently, right now, our latest sunrise right now is about 10:15 in the morning. If we stayed on permanent daylight savings time, our latest sunrise would not be until 11:15 in the morning. So I will be here through the meeting if there are questions later. I just appreciate that you're giving this consideration. It's an important question in terms of how we live our lives in Alaska. This was brought forward to me by people who are interested in us being a little healthier. This has been shown to reduce mental health problems. Physical health is improved. Essentially, we improve people's sleep and we improve their day. And I appreciate your time looking at this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Ms. Kelly Bender.
Good evening. I am here to talk very quickly about the ground transportation tax, and you're probably asking why now? Well, I just came back from ATIA where we meet with all of the tour operators and you talk about how your season was, how the next year looks, and then you try to gain business. You try to encourage people to fill your empty spaces. And here's the things that I heard many, many times at ATIA. First of all, I know that you've all received a letter from the Alaska Railroad saying they're not going to pay it. It's illegal. It's a tax, no matter what you call it. I also know that you received a letter from Premier Alaska Tours today telling you about all the repercussions of what's happening with their company due to this tax, which I'll go into here in a minute because those directly affect us. And it's not rumor and it's not threats. It's actually happening to us. And I also know that CLIA, when they were here and we were talking about this tax, they said, hey, we'll work with you. Let's get together and work with this. But if you pass this punitive policy, we're going to strangle that. I mean, that money is going to be held very tightly and we're going to be paying really close attention, which we were told at ATIA. That's exactly what they plan to do. A tour operator who booked 14 tours with us last year in March, our off-season, the only people paying the water transportation borne tax and the tax on fuel and all those other taxes that you receive in March, we're the only operators doing that. They booked 14 tours last year and almost every single one of them was full. This year they booked 16 and actually they booked these out a year ahead. They are down to 7. They've canceled 7. We have 7 trips left on the books because Alaska is too expensive, they told us. They're booking Iceland and Finland, but Alaska in general is too expensive. And you think it's only $5. It's not just $5, and it's a pile-on. The bus company that offers the transportation to that tour operator in March has just sent you a letter and saying, we're not coming here in March and April, which means the tour company that's going to serve, maybe those 7 trips, it's not coming here. As soon as they get that letter, I am quite certain that they will cancel the rest of those tours. This is not a rumor. This is happening. This is a fact. That bus company also told you in that letter that you're charging them $5, but this is such a heavy administrative policy with everybody in their company has to sign basically who's your president, who's your controller, whole front page of who has to sign off to agree to this policy, and then basically 3 pages of what happens to you if you don't pay the tax. So they're charging not $5 per person, but $10 because you have to give manifests for every day that comes in and you have to report monthly. That's very administratively prohibitive in the summer. So they're charging these companies $10 per person. They've gone, and this is the company that if you are a cruise ship coming to Alaska, you're meeting with Premier Alaska Tours because they are providing 80% of cruise ship passengers transportation. And they meet with every single one of these cruise ships that wants to come to Alaska, and they say, they're pretty, in general, they're pretty, yeah, Seward, Whittier, here's what you get this, here's what you get here. But now the cost of coming to Whittier outweighs the distance. Like you would gain some distance time, and then so people were pushing Whittier. The cost and the administrative outweighs that. They are no longer favoring Whittier. They're telling people flat out, it's too difficult to come to Whittier. We sat down with all these tour operators and said, hey, we've got these seats open, we've got this boat available, we'd love to have your business. We were told, we are not promoting Whittier businesses. We are not promoting any new tours to Whittier. That directly affects Lazy Otter charters. The takeaway from here is that it is a very difficult, burdensome policy. Whittier is on the cusp of growing. We've got new cruise ship terminal. Holland America's bringing new ships. We're on the cusp of growing. We've worked really hard to up our reputation here. The administration, the Chamber of Commerce, the city, we've cleaned up. But this policy is so negative. It is the most business damaging policy. It is making our reputation, I hear it every day. People talk to me about this. Our reputation is in danger. It's not in danger. We've got a bad reputation right now. I've heard companies say, we're not paying it, let them sue us. I've heard the city say, sue us. I feel like that's a pretty frivolous way to talk about our hard-earned tax money of just being able to spend it. Sue us. That makes me nervous. I hear the administration talk a lot or everybody, we compare Whittier to Seward all the time. Well, we're going to be compared to Seward because next year they have a bright, new, beautiful, shiny cruise ship terminal. So now, where we thought we had an inn, Seward doesn't have a good dock. They have a good dock now. I just want to say that this is not only a maybe legal, maybe not legal, but it's kind of immoral and it's bad policy. We're giving Whittier such a bad reputation. We have time to fix this. You still have time. You still have time to talk about this, asking you to table it. Give us some time to work on new ways to find the money, new ways to work with CLIA to find ways to spend the money. They've said, we'll work with you. We need time. Maybe we go to the federal government and say, how can we better spend, you're strangling all these little communities with how that tax money can be spent. This was passed on the heels of more cruise ships coming and more money coming in from the marine transportation tax. So I know I've overstepped my time. I'm asking you guys to really understand. If you didn't understand the implications, which I sat up here many times and tried to explain it to you, but if you don't understand it, please read it now. Go back and read that and see how intensive that filing and reporting and what happens if you don't report. It's intense. Manifest daily, monthly reporting is really hard for a company in the middle of a very short, very intense season. So I'm asking you to please pay attention to the things that you vote on. If you don't know, talk to people who can help you understand. And please maybe take a moment to reflect on this and let's take a step back and try to regain some trust from these tour operators. This directly affects Lazy Otter charters. We are absolutely seeing a decline. People have, in fact, told us we're not coming, we're not promoting, and we're canceling tours, which directly affects your bottom line and the tax that we pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Next is Ms. Megan Clemens.
Right. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Megan Clemens. I'm the External Affairs Director for the Alaska Railroad. And I'm here tonight to express the Railroad's support for Resolution 2025-049, which represents a significant step in the collaboration between the Alaska Railroad Corporation and the City of Whittier regarding the sale of 3 key land parcels in the core downtown district. Since 2024, the railroad and the city have worked together on this effort. With railroad management, we'll continue to make this initiative a priority as we hope to continue to work through these details. It's worth noting that selling land isn't something that the railroad takes lightly. As you know, the process to sell railroad land requires legislative approval and also requires a railroad board approval, with our board obligated to find that a sale serves the best interests of the railroad as we remain focused on our mandate to maintain Alaska's rail network and provide safe and reliable transportation across the state. So it's important to highlight that this proposal from the railroad was developed with guidance from our board as meeting the best interests of the railroad, as well as, we sincerely hope, responding to the interests of the City of Whittier. Your approval of this resolution and the conditional letter of intent sets the framework for developing a purchase agreement as the next step toward this successful transaction. The railroad is committed to ongoing collaboration with your administration in working through these details. And for a quick note on timing, our goal would be to bring this to our real estate committee meeting in January, followed by our board meeting in early February. But acknowledging that that timeline might depend on our progress towards a purchase agreement on both sides of our parties. If those deadlines prove challenging, we also have meetings in March as we work to keep this initiative moving forward to a successful agreement. So I'd just like to close in saying that we do value the partnership that we've established through this process. The reality is the Alaska Railroad and the city of Whittier will always be closely linked. Our barge operation here is so important, not just to the railroad, but to the state as a whole. And we only anticipate continued growth in our passenger service to Whittier. So it's our hope that this land sale is responsive to the needs of the community, helps the city realize its goals for continued local growth and prosperity, and sets the stage for an ongoing productive relationship between the Alaska Railroad and the city of Whittier in the years to come. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all that's signed in. And then, we'll finish this, but then
I th- Thank you for all who have signed in. At this time, is there anyone present in the audience who may have not signed in, who would wish to speak on an agenda item at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point out to Shelby that we are losing the connections, the people that are online. I'm back. Jamie is back. Peter can't get his connections. Wondering if he can go telephonic.
yes, I had responded and said that when the citizens' comments are finished, I would pause the meeting so that we could get that set up.
Okay.
Do we want to wait for this gentleman to speak, or do we want to? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just to follow up on what Kelly Benderstead from the chamber. We've had a very good first season operating, and we've been on a roll to continue to bring business and ships here. However, that's sort of stalled. And what Kelly asked on behalf of the chamber and behalf of the businesses to go back and revisit this ground transportation fee, I think is imperative. And for us to continue to collaborate with the local businesses here, with the transportation providers, and all the partners that it takes to bring a cruise ship to a port. We've lost the momentum. We've lost some of the advantages. So I think it's imperative that we go back and revisit this. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? Okay, let's go ahead and
We do
work
an
on our-
at ease just to get our council members on the phone.
Okay, so can we do an at ease to
That means stay
Work
in your
out-
seats.
at ease? Stay, Tom.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, let's take care of our technical stuff.
Mr. Pinkish, are you also wanting to call in instead of be on the stream?
I'm good for now. I lost it, but I got it back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are all set with technology.
Okay, up next, approval of our agenda and consent agenda. Is there a motion and second to approve tonight's agenda and consent agenda?
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second have been made. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion to approve tonight's agenda and consent agenda. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark.
Yes. Yes.
We got it? We're good. Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and the agenda and consent agenda are approved. On tonight's consent agenda, a resolution 2025-044 adopting an alternative allocation method for the FY26 Shared Fisheries Business Tax Program and certifying that this allocation method fairly represents the distribution of significant effects of fisheries business activity in Fisheries Management Area 15, Prince William Sound. Resolution 2025-051 supporting House Bill 229, an act exempting the state from daylight savings time, and approval of the November 18th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Mr. Denmark, there is an echo from you, so if you could mute your speaker on your computer so that we can't hear it, that would probably solve the problem. Thank you.
At this time, does anyone wish to declare a substantial financial interest in a matter appearing on the agenda? If there are none from the council, I wish to declare a conflict of potential conflict of interest on items 7 and 9. These have resolutions 2025-045 and resolution 2025-47. They both are about extending the contract with CRW and proving continued technical assistance. The conflict of interest I wish to declare is I do have a family member that works for that company.
How does that benefit you? Kickback?
So again, it's to be more specific, it is my brother who works for that company, and I believe that it's important to state these potential conflicts or these relationships because it is whether or not there is a financial impact or conflict, there's optics as well. So I will leave that in your guys' hand.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. I just want to remind the council that the definition of a substantial financial conflict of interest means that it's an interest currently held by that person, Mr. Shen, or an immediate family member. And immediate family member means either the spouse, a life partner or person cohabitating with the person, or a child, including a stepchild and an adoptive child. Brothers are not included in the definition, but as always, I really appreciate that Mr. Shen discloses in the interest of transparency. So at this point, the council would consider the question, does Mr. Shen have a substantial financial conflict of interest, himself or an immediate family member, not including a brother, in items 7 and 9?
No.
If you're ready to vote, I can call the roll. Okay. Voting on the question, does Mr. Shen have a substantial financial conflict of interest in items 7 and 9? Mrs. Lone?
No.
Mr. Pinkush?
No.
Mr. McAlto,
No.
Mr. Denmark, Mr. Denmark, did you mute yourself? I'll come back to you. Mr. Wagner,
No.
Mrs. Borg,
No.
Mr. Mayor,
No.
Mr. Denmark, do we have you? Okay, I'm going to count a no vote for Mr. Denmark on this one. So the question, the council says no, Mr. Shen does not have a substantial financial conflict of interest in items 7 and 9.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Up next, we have presentations and reports. Let's see, have we no presentations? I guess for the mayor's report, I do have a report to share with you. I attended the Alaska Municipal League conference last week and attended many of their seminars. And I guess some things I'd like to share with you. This is the third year that they've that I can recollect them stating a report on the state of Alaska's budget. We are more and more, the state is dependent on the permanent fund at this point, and it is comprising of 50 to 60% of Alaska's total general fund budget at this time. There are seminars where another seminar I attended was more and more local governments are establishing LGIPs. These are called local government investment pools. Basically, they're miniature permanent funds that communities are setting up, and they've set up several cities in the state of Alaska have set it up to stabilize their revenue stream. Also, our finance director has, in the budget packet that we, in the council meeting from last week, has proposed of setting one of these up. And I just want to bring awareness to that. There were several seminars dedicated to educating people about community health. That was a hot topic that I saw at the Municipal League conference, talking about improving quality of life and building age-friendly communities. Our general population is aging, and so communities around Alaska are working to make their communities more livable and vibrant for our senior citizens. There was a seminar on I attended also on what was it called? Miss Wild. There was one on tourism impacts around the community, around the state of Alaska, and they talked about that the price of popularity. There were many speakers on there, primarily from Southeast Alaska, that are heavily impacted by cruise ship visitation, and they presented multiple ways of working and just mitigating the impacts from that. And the last one I attended was on disaster preparedness in general. And this is a quote from the director of Alaska's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Services. I think this was his final line. It says, "We need to be more prepared and more resilient for natural disasters. Communities need to have more self-sufficiency, and because there is going to be he is forecasting a decline in aid at the federal level." And that is all I had to report. If you guys have any questions additionally about the things I've talked about, just let me know. Mr. Vice Mayor, is there a report? No. Okay.
Just congratulations and kudos to the harbor and staff for finishing the last phase of the harbor project.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ms. Wild,
Mayor and council, I'm going to give a brief report, and then after my report, I am going to ask for our Representative Kai Holland to come up and give his legislative report, and or just a general update on him. And then also our state lobbyist, Diane Bloomer, is going to give you a legislative report. I just want to, as my city manager's report states, I want to read my WILD recognition for this month, and it goes to every single one of my city employees. It is a privilege to work alongside this team each day and to witness the growth and strength that have shown over the past year. They are an essential part of our community, and their commitment to Whittier's best interest is evident in everything that they do. I hope that each one of them knows how important it is to have them on this team and how much their work is appreciated. I want to extend my thankfulness and wish that everybody a warm holiday. I also want to point out that our offices will be closed tomorrow afternoon for an employee training as well as our employee holiday party. The City of Whittier Community School will be hosting their holiday program on December 18th at 6 p.m. So I encourage everyone to come out and support our students in this event and be able to become part of the community and have a potluck. My closing, as we move into the final regular meetings of 2025, I want to express my appreciation and cooperation and engagement of not only the council, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Port and Harbor Commission, and the mayor. I want to recognize the city staff, their diligence, their work ethic, and their grit of showing up every day to support the operations, make a better place for Whittier, and it's very valued. With that being said, I want to call my harbor master to let him give you an update on the harbor. And then after that, I would like to ask my police chief to give an update.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Appreciate the kudos. We're really excited about having it done. However, we do have some issues. Harris Sand and Gravel called me down there on Friday to take a look at the docks. I'm just going to read the email that we sent forth to Bellingham Marine. I think that'd probably be the easiest, just to kind of clarify where we are and what's going on. So during a site walk, this is an email to Bellingham Marine, the float manufacturers, and Harris Sand and Gravel. And they CC'd myself and P&D Design. During a site walk on 12/12/2025 with the City of Whittier Harbor Master, Harris Sand and Gravel observed widespread concrete surface deterioration on the A dock, G dock, and H dock float modules supplied by Bellingham Marine. The observed conditions included, but are not limited to, widespread surface cracking and active spalling, loss of surface paste with exposure and dislodging aggregate, areas of noticeably soft concrete at the finished surface, non-uniform deterioration patterns across the multiple modules. These conditions are present across a significant portion of the float surfaces and are not isolated or incidental. Given Whittier's severe marine and freeze-thaw environment and the project's required 50-year service life, the city has expressed serious concern regarding the durability and long-term performance of the concrete floats. The harbor master has indicated in their current condition, the floats are not acceptable for acceptance by the city. As you are aware, the contract documents and RFP require that the float system be fabricated in accordance with industry standards and under an established quality management program. Based on the observed conditions, we are requesting immediate clarification and documentation regarding the concrete production and quality control for these floats. And then they asked for basically the QC for the modules during construction. They also wanted to know the curing procedure, environmental conditions during fabrication, any applicable QA, QC inspection reports. Until this issue is resolved, no acceptance of the affected float modules is implied or granted, and Harris Sand and Gravel expressly reserves all contractual rights on behalf of the city of Whittier. Given the severity and extent of the observed deficiencies, we anticipate that this matter will require engineering review and independent evaluation to determine whether the floats meet the contract's durability and performance requirements or whether replacement will be required. We request your prompt written response outlining your assessment of the observed conditions, proposed next steps, and a timeline for resolution. P&D engineers in the city of Whittier are being copied on this correspondence to ensure full transparency and coordination. So that's regards Webb. He's been the quality control, kind of the supervisor of the whole project for Harris Sand and Gravel. So I personally haven't heard anything back from BMI. However, I believe they had an individual here doing an inspection on the floats this afternoon, taking pictures. They didn't stop in and chat with me, but I don't expect them to. This is really between Harris and them at this point. So that's where we are. I've got a saying in my business, never be the senior guy with a secret. So now you know what I know. So thank you.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Council. Just want to give you an update on some stuff that's going on currently here in Whittier. The Whittier Police Department was able to secure at the last minute with less than 1 month planning what's called an alert training that is sponsored by, is a national training taught by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and is a national training regards to rapid response for emergencies and active shooting. ALERT's an acronym, stands for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training. We're currently started the training today here in Whittier. We have all of our police officers in attendance, including inviting state as well as other law enforcement entities, federal entities to participate. Total participation today was 11 officers in attendance, and would like to thank the FBI that sent 5 instructors for this, as well as the other community partners that we have in Whittier, one of which was Huna Totem Corporation. Last minute when we reached out to them, because we had, it was already funded, but nobody for this particular dates, but no other agencies put in for it, so we were able to secure a spot. Huna Totem allowed us to use their phenomenal new facility, as well as Weber Ferrovial Services that allowed all our instructors and participants to enter through Whittier through the tunnel at no charge at non-rev. The training will last into tomorrow. One thing we're extremely grateful for, because if you watch the news right now, we've recently had active shooters in the United States as well as overseas. This puts all of our law enforcement agencies at the same level of training. Since it's a national-based training, the academies are teaching it in Alaska, as well as the federal agencies. So when we have a disaster such as an active shooter, any law enforcement that shows up to the scene are on the same sheet of music. They understand the same tactics, the same entry points. We do not want some of the negative stuff that's happened in Lower 48 where officers don't go in. It just brings bad negative connotations. The advantage of this particular training is it's geared nationally. It's registered and presented by the University of Texas, and the FBI has taken over the instruction and training on it. But for small communities such as Whittier, it teaches 1 officer response as well as 2 officer response, which is generally the number of police officers you're going to have in the area. As well as when more agencies come, it gives the opportunity to help with the same training to make tactical and precise entries to save lives. So we'd like to thank the partners as well as the city and the federal government that put on this training. Again, this is no cost to the city, and we're grateful for that. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Diane, can you come up and give your legislative report?
Now it's on. This will be rather short. I wasn't anticipating giving a full legislative report today. And so I also attended the Alaska Municipal League conference. And so I just want to reiterate what the mayor said. The governor rolled out his budget, his 2027 budget last week. And as the mayor mentioned, the primary source of our undesignated general funds comes from our permanent dividend corpus, and that will continue to happen. Let me go to my notes really quick here. Also, last week, the state of Alaska's fall 2025 revenue forecast came out, which showed mixed outlooks for revenues for the current budget year. Fiscal year 2026 and the upcoming fiscal year 2027, which begins next July, petroleum revenues are down and affect mainly lower production and deductions against the production tax of the major investments in the new oil field. So we have good news on the horizon. Santos has announced several fields that they will be producing. They anticipate starting in 2026, which is pretty aggressive, but I'm hopeful that happens. The governor's budget primarily was a repeat of last year with not a whole lot of increases, so you won't see much improvement in community assistance or any of those kind of increases that the municipalities or the cities may be looking for. I don't have much more to update you on. The legislative session begins January 20th. Pre-filed bills come out January 9th. And as you all know, this is the second year of the legislative session. And so there's carryover bills. So we'll be watching the same bills that we watched last year with you folks. We have a tracking list that we will send to you each week during the legislative session so that you're all aware of what bills are out there and what's coming forward. And then I'll try to report in to you at least once a month during the session so you guys can let me know what your feelings and thoughts are about ongoing legislation or what we might need or what we might look at. So thank you very much.
Representative Holland.
Good evening again, members of the council, and I appreciate the prior update. It saved me a couple minutes of good information. I'm happy to answer any questions along the way if I can also. Again, Kai Holland, representing House District 9, which includes this area down to Whittier. Just a couple updates. First off, this will be my final meeting here until June. I'll be going back to Juneau. I'll try and catch up via the recordings that you have and stay up on what's going on. But I would encourage people to continue to reach out to me via phone, email, 2x4, whatever will get my attention and let me know how I can help with any of the issues you're working on. I've enjoyed being able to get here, though, the last 6 months while I've been in town and the drive down the arm. Couple things to update you on. One is, of course, we do have the railroad legislation. We're just sitting on that at the moment, looking for your direction and preparation for being able to move that forward. So looking forward to being able to help you with that when the time is appropriate and with any changes you need on that. The budget, you've already gotten a bit of an update there. I have in particular been watching for Whittier in there and the capital projects. There is currently money in there for the tunnel. Continue to work on that. I'll continue to watch for that. I would encourage you to be planning on making another CAPSIS submission. That'll be due towards the end of January. Last year, you had a submission for a replacement ambulance. I would encourage you to be doing that again. And also potentially the extraction equipment that we've talked about as an upgrade to allow you to have the equipment that matches what is now available to the other jurisdictions that are on the highway. In particular, though, just as far as a fair update, I don't expect we're going to have any money for the CAPSIS programs this year, but we are going to be asked by the governor to consider his fiscal proposal for new revenue and a new structure for some of the funding. So I think it's even more important this year that we know where your needs are and what they are, as big as they may be, as realistic as they might be, because as we have this debate about what we're going to be doing in terms of future revenue and how we're going to structure what we can pay for, we need to know what needs to be paid for. And we know a lot of costs have been rolling downhill to the local cities, as the mayor mentioned, through the municipal league, where all of the cities are under a lot more stress, not getting the revenue sharing that they used to have. And so we need to see that. We need to know it, even though I know that the exercise of giving us that information, takes some time. So let me know, as well as Senator Giesel. We'll work together to be able to work on those priorities and make sure that those needs, and perhaps others that I'm not aware of tonight, are covered. A couple of other updates. The Safer Seward Highway project, which I think is pretty vital to everyone who lives and works in this area. There's a couple key meetings coming up that I want to make sure you're watching for. There is a working group meeting on Thursday this week. That's largely the working group. It's open to the public, but in particular, they're getting ready to open up comment period for the public between December 29th to January 28th, so about a month. And during that period of time, there's going to be some public meetings. There's going to be one on the 13th in Girdwood, one on the 14th in Indian, and the 14th is in Anchorage and the 15th is in Indian. I would refer you to the website, safersewardhighway.com, where you'll find information about the plans, the comment period, and more details in these meetings. But what this project involves over time is, of course, really vital to how we develop this highway, the character that it creates for the people that are moving back and forth, as well as the safety. I've got a lot of other bills and activities. I think I will just close with letting you know there was a newsletter mailed out to everybody. I don't know how that works its way into the building, but I've got a few extra copies I left out front. There is a survey in there. I am eager to get any feedback from you in terms of priorities and issues and concerns you have. And again, I just encourage you to sign up for the newsletter, reach out to me if I can be of any help. And I'll stick around tonight, but look forward to seeing you again in June. So thank you very much.
And to close out my report, I want to just thank both Kai and Diane for giving us that update. I think that I got that thrown on them by me, so thank you. But I also need to have Scott give an update on our boilers.
Good evening, council. As we all know, we're having a lovely weather event here. Noticed last week that it seemed a little cold here in the building. One of our boilers was acting up. So I ran through the troubleshooting tree as much as we could do, and we hired a smart person to come out here and look at it. Sage Mechanical came out and looked at it. Upon further inspection, one of our boilers has lost its internal heat exchanger, which means that boiler is non-operational. They can't put it back into service because it's a pressure vessel and safety aspect of it. At that point, we started poking around the other one. We didn't break it apart, but it shows the same signs and symptoms as the boiler number 2, which was having problems. We're currently running on that boiler, and we're hoping she lasts a little while. The next thing is Sage Mechanical is currently developing pricing. Pricing will be coming to us. It should be here tonight at some point, for rebuilding one heat exchanger, as well as rebuilding the second heat exchanger, what that cost will be, and complete and total replacement of one boiler and 2 boilers. Depending on the pricing and evaluation with the city manager, we will make a decision on what is in the best interest of the facility to replace it and or repair the existing condition. That's the update at this time.
Yes, Mr. Wagner.
Scott, these boilers, what was the anticipated lifespan of the heat exchangers? Did it meet or Is this a failure due to corrosion?
The answer to that is it's outside the warranty date, of course. They expect a 10 to 15-year life expectancy. We are sitting, I believe, at 8 years currently. And when you purchase equipment and or pumps or whatever you buy, you kind of get what you pay for. And when we, as a government agency, we do lowest bid. And sometimes you get what you pay for. So yes, we do have adequate boilers here. They're slightly undersized. As we've discovered that they will, under one boiler, we can't get up to operating temperature in our boiler system here. Yeah, so I won't say it's poor quality. I will say that we bought the lower end, or the lower end of the boiler was provided to us.
Thank you.
So I'll end my report with happy holidays and yeah.
Thank you for your reports. Up next, we have public hearings. Ordinance 2025-004, an ordinance adopting a new chapter 13-12-025 of the Whittier Municipal Code entitled Water and Sewer Utility Service Deposit. I'm going to open the public hearing for ordinance 2025-004 at 7:58. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed in to speak at this time?
No one has signed in.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who would wish to speak on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, no further public comment. The public hearing for ordinance 2025-004 is closed at this time. Is there a second? Is there a motion and a second to adopt this ordinance?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and second has been made to adopt ordinance 2025-004. Is there a staff report?
Mayor, if you're available, I'd like the city finance director to give that report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I think we discussed this at our last meeting when this ordinance was introduced. Whittier doesn't currently have in their code a provision for establishing a water and sewer deposit for customers that have water and sewer accounts. So the plan here is to implement a new water sewer deposit that would not be retroactively applied, except in the case of customers who meet certain criteria that have a material financial impact on our water sewer utility. And that's defined in the ordinance. And I discussed that in depth at our last meeting. Also, if an account sells to somebody else and someone buys a property, they would, as a new customer, come in and pay a deposit. The recommended deposit is equal to 2 months side average, and that is consistent with what is done by regulated utilities. Even though we're not a regulated utility, it's consistent. The council may remember that over the last few years, we've had a significant user of our utility that accounted for more than a third of the revenues of the utility go out of business. And the city had no means to collect from them any form of a deposit. We exhausted our legal rights to pursue reimbursement. And at the end of the day, we're not successful. So the intent here is to make sure that when we have especially large users that have a significant impact on the financial viability of our water sewer utility, we're not just talking about somebody not paying their bills. We're talking about somebody for whom we rely on revenues to make debt service payments on our entire water sewer system. And when we have no means to collect from them because our code doesn't offer those safety mechanisms that other communities have, it needs to be addressed. So as a result of our discussions over the last 2 years, this is our proposed, our proposal. There's also a provision in here that allows a user that fits the criteria of a substantial user to, in lieu of getting this performance bond or this deposit, they could obtain a performance bond instead, which is a form of insurance that they could provide that essentially would guarantee the city payment of those fees. And one last thing I want to just explain to council and the public how it works when somebody uses utilities of any kind, whether it's electric, water, sewer. As an example, if you were to use utilities this month in December, you don't get billed for those December utilities until January, and you're given 30 days to pay. So by the time you become late initially, you've already used 2 months worth of services. And then by the time you become 30 days late and the city can actually take action, you have now utilized 90 days worth of service that you theoretically have not paid for. So by having a 2-month deposit, it doesn't entirely protect the city from potential magnitude of losses, which would be ordinarily 90 days worth of service before we would recover, but it allows us to recover what is considered industry standard of 2 months. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Appreciate your support of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, question to Chris.
Yes,
Yeah, Chris.
go ahead.
My understanding was we were gonna not collect this on existing users that have a good record, but in the intent, it shows that we would do that with turn on, turn off users. Why would we do it with them if they're in good standing versus somebody that's year round?
Councilmember Pincush through the mayor. Good question. So the intent was that people who are current users of the system would not be impacted in terms of having to have this retroactively applied. But for folks that establish new service, which would include people who are currently have no service but turn their service on next spring, for example, they would be required to pay. In those cases where it's a seasonal user, the ordinance does allow the city to refund for good payment people who've made the deposit, and also that the city will, as long as somebody doesn't have late payments, the city will pay that person interest on the amount that they pay for a deposit. So the idea is that we're trying to just not adversely affect people for whom active accounts exist this moment, but we're also trying to, over time, implement this this new requirement that again is standard in other communities. So that was, if you have active service today, it does not apply retroactively unless you meet certain criteria. And if you don't have active service today, but you activate your service in the future, then it would apply to you. You would pay a 2-month deposit, and then you would have that refunded after a period of good payment history with the city with interest.
I'm taking that our legal would like to chime in. For those that you don't know, you might want to introduce yourself, Richard.
Hi, my name is Richard Moses. I work with Holly Wells, the city attorney at Birch Horton in Anchorage. I want to draw your attention to subsection G1. It's on page 3 of 4 of the ordinance. It reads, deposits held under this section may earn interest. Alaska Statute 2935070B allows for the municipality to charge interest on deposit. Allows the municipality to charge a deposit on the condition that it will earn interest. So as your city attorney, I am suggesting that you amend the word may in subsection G1 to will, to be in compliance with Title 29.
And we have no objection to that.
Ms. Wild, does that require a motion and a second from the council member?
Yes, it does, Mayor.
If I could suggest wording for the amendment.
Go ahead.
Something like amend ordinance 2025-004, line 112 to strike the word may and insert the word will.
Will.
Okay, will. That's it. That's the whole amendment.
All right, I'll make the motion for that amendment.
I'll second.
Can I,
I guess, staff report, go ahead, Chris. Yeah.
while I have no objection at all to the wording, I do think that it's also important to read the next part of the sentence, which says, under terms established by the city. So for example, one of the terms that we establish is that if you have late payments, you don't accrue interest for a period of time. That's industry standard practice. So, I think it's important to not mislead the public and say that in every case that you have a deposit on file, you will earn interest. You will earn interest under the terms established by the city, and we will plan to come forward with a tariff change. And I've mentioned that here also, that we will propose a tariff change to make sure that we're crystal clear about that. But it does say in the wording in there that folks that are late payers forfeit the interest earnings for the period. I can't remember exactly the period, but I just want to make sure that that's transparent to folks who might be listening online or in the future.
So what would determine the interest? Is that something that would just whatever, like the Fed's interest rate? How would you determine?
Mr. Mayor, that's one of the things that we're going to be bringing forward to council to deliberate on, is those very specific things that should really be addressed in our tariff.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment? Okay, hearing no further, do you have a question? No, I'm hearing no further discussion. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on the motion to amend ordinance 2025-004, line 112, to strike may and insert will. Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Ms. Sloan.
Yes.
Mr. Denmark. The phone is on. Mr. Denmark, are you on mute by chance?
Yes is my vote.
Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Mrs. Borg.
Yes.
Mr. McAlto.
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and ordinance 2025-004 is amended. Returning again to the motion to adopt ordinance 2025-004 as amended.
I do have a quick question just to follow up to Mr. Pincush's. So from what you said and what I'm interpreting, any user that has to seasonally turn on and turn off their water, how would they would have to be required to, I'm hearing that they would have to be required to submit a deposit every spring. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, if they terminate service with the city, yes. Then at the time that they terminate, their deposit would be applied against their final bill. And in the event that they had money coming back to them, we would issue them a refund. Otherwise, they'll get their final bill minus the deposit, and then whatever's left is what they'll own on their final bill.
So a follow-up for a lot of our harborfront businesses, entities, do they terminate, or is it like is there a standby mode they can put their account on? How is that? Actually, I don't understand. So I don't understand how the billing works. I'm sorry.
So our seasonal businesses, we shut down their service, but they still maintain an account with us. They go in standby.
Any further questions or discussion? Mr. Denmark, Mr. Pincush?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Well, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Voting on the motion to adopt ordinance 2025-004, an ordinance adopting a new chapter 13.12.025 of the Whittier Municipal Code entitled Water and Sewer Utility Service Deposit as amended. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pincush,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and ordinance 2025-004 is adopted.
Okay, next we're moving on to new businesses. We have resolutions. Resolution 2025-045, a resolution extending the contract with CRW Engineering for an additional 3 years through December 31st, 2028 for the projects for which task orders or authorizations to proceed have been previously let. Is there a motion and a second to approve this resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, the finance director will be giving that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We are nearing the end of our current term of contract with CRW Engineering. The city will be going out for an RFP for engineering services. However, we do have a number of projects that are in the works with CRW where we've already issued task orders to them and have them working on certain projects for us. So to be clear, when we go out to bid as to what projects are going to be excluded from the RFP, we thought it was advisable to have council pass a resolution that clearly articulates the projects that CRW is currently under contract to work on. And then when we issue the RFP, it will exclude these particular projects. The point there is we've already paid to have a lot of these projects engineered. We're in the process of doing work related to those projects, many of which may have been going on for years. And it doesn't make sense to start over and have a new engineer that hasn't worked on a project like, for example, Shotgun Cove Road. coming in mid-project and taking that project over. So it really is just our effort to be transparent about the projects that we'll continue with CRW on. And then when we issue the RFP, which we expect will go out no later than mid-January, we'll be clear with the proposers on that citywide engineering services, the projects that are not to be included in the RFP. I hope that answers your question.
That's great. Thank you very much. Any questions or discussion from on council? Mr. Pincush, Mr. Denmark, any questions or discussion?
Negative, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Seeing no discussion here, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-045, extending the contract with CRW Engineering for an additional 3 years through December 31st, 2028, for projects for which task orders or authorizations to proceed have been previously let. Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark, Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
thank you. Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Pincush,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-045 is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next resolution we have is Resolution 2025-046, a resolution consenting to the assignment of the lease agreement for Lot 1 of the Whittier Harborview Business Area from Mike Kelly, Whittier Enterprises, Inc., formerly known as Lazy Otter Charters, Inc., to Three Helms, LLC, and authorizing the city manager to execute consent documents. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
And we have a staff report.
Mayor, while I would love to give you the staff report, I think that per the council agenda statement, I'm going to ask our assistant city manager to give her first staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Wild, through the mayor. So we received a request from Mike and Kelly Bender, who previously owned Lazy Otter Charters, to reassign the lease for Lot 1, which is actually Lots 1 and 1A, which is currently known as the Whittier Fudge Shop, to Three Helms LLC, which is owned by three sisters who are already part of our community and have been part of Lazy Otter for a couple years now. And so they are planning to move the Lazy Otter Charter offices into what we currently know as the Whittier Fudge Shop. And then that would be owned by Three Helms, so that's who the city would be going into a lease agreement with. So we reached out to our attorneys, had them review all of the documents, and are today presenting you with the resolution which would approve the city manager to sign the consent to the assignment of the lease.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, where's the fudge going?
While that's not part of the consent to assignment, I don't actually know the answer to that, but Kelly and Mike Bender, their new business is called, well, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Mike Kelly, Whittier Enterprises, Inc. And so they are retaining the Whittier Fudge Shop. It just won't be in the building that we know it to be in currently. You're still going to get fudge, is my understanding. And coffee.
Okay. Any discussion from online? Ms. Lone, Mr. Pincush, Mr. Denmark?
Can you hear me? Congratulations to Mike and Kelly.
Okay. I see no further discussion. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-046, consenting to the assignment of the lease agreement for Lot 1 of the Whittier Harborview Business Area from Michele Whittier Enterprises, Inc., formerly known as Lazy Otter Charters, Inc., to Three Helms LLC, and authorizing the city manager to execute consent documents. Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Mrs. Lone.
Yes.
Mr. Pincush.
Yes.
Mr. McAlto.
Yes.
Mr. Denmark.
Yes.
Mrs. Borg.
Yes.
Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-046 is approved.
Okay. And the next resolution is 2025-047. A resolution approving continued technical assistance, review assistance for city land use permit applications in the amount of $18,000 and approving the Mountain Goat Court feasibility evaluation in the amount of $23,902 for a total appropriation of $41,902 and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents under the existing term contract with CRW Engineering Group, Inc. We have a motion and a second.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
And a staff report, please, if there's one.
Yes, Mayor and Council. As you know, previously we had a work session at 5:30 where we discussed the Mountain Goat feasibility study. And while you did approve the previous resolution for task orders and huge projects that CRW has helped us with over the years, myself and administration saw it fit to bring this in a separate resolution, specifically because it's technical assistance as well as the feasibility study. So the technical assistant portion is, over the years that I've been here and past years, when a land use permit comes forward to the community or to the administration, there was review, but little review and little ways for us to be able to help people use their land in the best benefit. And over the years, we've determined that while we still review all the land use permits, having an engineer be able to review them to the extent of, the requirements for engineering of a driveway or, safety requirements, we saw that this was a time, especially because over the last at least 3 years, I'm looking at Corby for this, the last 3 years, we've seen a significant uptick in driveway permits, just alone in driveway permits on Shotgun Cove. Industry standard asks for certain engineering requirements, but those weren't always met. And so this gives us the ability to sit down and have an engineer look over what our code says and be able to help implement it for people like Mr. Young, who spoke earlier, and people moving forward for those driveway permits. Over the last year, when I reached out to CRW as our engineer, they originally had quoted us as it stated, an original allocation of $25,000. And then we realized that, and CRW realized that they could do it for 18,000, which is, you know, a huge task in itself. This year alone, they've done 5 or 6 driveway permits, 5 of them that they've done the review and they've been completed. The 6th one is, of course, the Mountain Goat feasibility study part that comes into play. And when we, you know, as I had said in the work session, when we had started to do this review as we have in the past, I realized that, wow, we have a platted piece of a parcel and platted lands that could possibly open up for future development for Whittier and future housing for Whittier. And with that came, okay, how do we get there? And that's the feasibility study side of this resolution. This resolution would allow us to look at how we could accommodate the upper parcels for future housing. And if you have any questions regarding both the feasibility study or the land use permit review, I'm open to answer those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. Questions? Discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Denmark.
Mark here.
Yes, Mr.
Hello?
Denmark, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The $18,000, how does it interact with the previous contract extension from Resolution 45?
Currently, right now, in the RFP that would go forward, would list that, and that engineering scope, we would ask for the review of land use permits. So because this is new to not only CRW, but this request, and we, you know, sort of tested out that, that was another reason why we chose to bring a separate resolution forward, because this is something that we enter into a contract and they do it for a year, but at the same time, we would enter it into the RFP, and whoever bid on that RFP would know, and that they would have to give us the engineering background for any land use permits.
Okay, thank you. And a quick question for the clerk. I've got an echo on the phone as well here. If I hang up and try to get back online and it doesn't work, can I call back into Shelby's number?
If it doesn't work, but I think it might be smoother if we just call you again.
All right, well, I'm going to hang up the phone to avoid the echo and see if I can get it to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So this, you know, the intent of this is to explore feasibility for additional lands, primarily for housing for the city of Whittier. Can we add also recreation opportunities, because this does abut up against large parcels of land that we already use for recreational?
I mean, you could make the amendment to add that wording. At the same time, like Colin had said, you know, the feasibility study will recognize those recreational things. But I would say absolutely, if you want to do that type of amendment and just change that wording.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm not looking to change anything. It's just to add it to it. You know, like if we, for instance, if we are looking at it and we're like, oh, this is feasible, these lots, this area is feasible for residential. However, like this would be not reasonably feasible. Perhaps it would serve other purposes. And so having that language in there, so that I feel like just having it more open-ended and gives us more latitude for opportunities. Does that even make a difference? Does that matter having that language in there?
I honestly, now that you repeated it, I think that it wouldn't, because the feasibility study is going to tell you how the land is feasible to use. And if it isn't, then you could, you still have the recreation portion of it. But down the road, if the design actually, came back and said, okay, we have, 20, 30 lots that are feasible for homeowners to, for home building. And then we have these 7 lots that, are just too steep and need to be recreation. That would be in that design portion of it.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-047, approving continued technical review assistance for city land use permit applications in the amount of $18,000, and approving the Mountain Goat Court feasibility evaluation in the amount of $23,902, for a total appropriation of $41,902, and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents under the existing term contract with CRW Engineering Group, Inc. Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark, Mr. Denmark, are you there? I will come back to you. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark, do we have you? I will record you as no vote for this one. The motion passes and Resolution 2025-047 is approved.
Yeah. I was just looking up, and they generally, for long meetings like this, they recommend recesses every 60 to 90 minutes. Usually we go about 2 hours, but I want to cut it down to maybe 90 minutes. So I'd like to call a recess for 10 minutes. 5.
20.
Oh my gosh. 10 minutes.
We'll re-adjourn at 8:40. How's that? That's 6 minutes.
Sounds good.
Shelby, I seem to be back on if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to the next resolution here. Resolution 2025-047. Oops, sorry. 2025-048. A resolution approving amendments to the city manager employment agreement between the city of Whittier and Jackie Wild. Is there a motion and a second to approve resolution 2025-048?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mayor, before you move on, I would like to make 2 amendments before you even go into discussion, if that is okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to make, first, I want to say it's been a pleasure. I also want to say that I appreciate the ability to go back and forth and work with council. I take every recommendation that you give. I do look at it. And with that being said, I would like to amend line 18 to state providing continued use of the city-owned apartment at current cost and extending the agreement to a 3-year term with a 1 option of renewal of 3 years.
Please repeat.
So line 18 currently says providing continued use of city-owned apartment, and I'm striking the words as a housing benefit and replacing those words as current cost. And then I'm amending line 19 from a 5-year term to a 3-year term with the option to extend an additional 3 years.
Thank you. Move to adopt the contract with the proposed changes.
I'll second.
I'll make that motion.
Any discussion on this amendment?
On the amendment or the entire?
So
On the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just state that I appreciate, Jackie, that you are willing to make those amendments to the contract.
Hold on a second, Mr. Pincush. Oh, hold on, Mr. Pincush. Mr. Wagner will go first, and then you will go after him.
So we don't have on our packet, we don't have lines, but the amendment.
Page 49.
All right. Anyway, the increase from 2.5% to 3.5%, I would feel more comfortable with 3%.
I think that, Councilmember Wagner, you should vote on my motion and then move into the discussion after that.
Yeah, we're just discussing the amendments on the lines 18 and 19 at this point, and then once we move through that motion, then we can go back to.
Okay.
Do you have any discussion on
No.
the current amendment motion? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Pincush.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Jackie, thank you for the consideration of making those changes. And then a question. So does the cost of the condos, that include the windows?
Oh, you're so funny.
That was all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? Ms. Lone, Mr. Denmark?
Not here, not here.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on the motion to amend Resolution 2025-048, line 18, to strike as a housing benefit and insert at current cost, and line 19 to strike 5-year term and insert 3-year term with one option to renew for an additional 3-year term. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg. Yes. Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-048 is amended. Returning again to Resolution 2025-048 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion on the amended resolution? Tom?
Yeah, my previous.
Yes, Mr.
statement
Mayor.
Regarding,
Oh,
So-
hold on a second, Mr. Pinkush. Mr. Wagner just started speaking already. You just,
so it's my understanding then, the housing, the free housing is off the table, correct? All right, then I'm going to withdraw my previous statement regarding the 5%.
yes, Mr. Pinkush, go ahead.
Yep, comment kind of for council. A city of 275, we are pushing the envelope on salaries, and Tom can testify to that in the conversation he had. On the other hand, I'm a believer of an hour's work for an hour's pay. And I think Jackie's productivity and work ethic make her salary of a good value for the expense. That isn't always the case, but in hers it would be. I also think that her expertise and the experience she has, she's probably one of the best people that could be in place right now for the current development that Whittier's under. So once again, there's a time and a place to pay, and I think this is a good time to do it. And I hope you could hear that because it was all echoes to me.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkush. Is there any further discussion from online, Mr. Denmark or Ms. Sloan?
Good here.
No, I would just say that I echo what Mr. Pinkush said. I think it was very well said. Thank you.
Mr. McAlto?
Just wanted to start by saying I fully support this. Given the current market and the level of institutional knowledge and progress we've seen, replacing city manager with this experience would be extremely difficult and likely more costly to the city in the long run. At the same time, with rising costs across the board, I think it is important for us to clearly understand the full budget impact of this amendment not just in the first year, but over the life of the agreement. Could staff walk us through the total projected costs, including salary adjustment, labor accrual, housing benefit, and the performance bonus, and how this fits within our operating budget over the next several years? I also like to ask whether there are any components that could be phased in or structured in any way that balance retention with long-term fiscal sustainability.
Councilmember McCulto through the mayor. My understanding is that the appropriation for this, this contract will come before council when you are looking at your 2026 mid-cycle budget adjustments. And not knowing exactly what you were going to approve tonight, I didn't do the math, to tell you those impacts. So I apologize for that because I wasn't involved in the negotiations. But I can certainly get that information pulled together for you and send that to council, tomorrow if you'd like, or however you'd like to proceed with that.
That wouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. I too support this resolution. Do hope that we do pass it. I am really excited that we have Ms. Wild on our team here. She does bring a lot of experience. She works hard for us. I've seen it personally. We've all seen it here at the dais and out in the community. When we having her as our city manager, we don't just have her. It's the whole team here that we have. And going back to Mr. Pincush's comment about a town of 275, yes, we are a town of 275, but there is so much more than just that little number that we have out there. We have a lot of things going on in our community. We are an important hub for Alaska. We have railroad, we have shipping, all the tourism, our communications comes through our little community. So we play an important part we're a small but important part, very important part of, no, let me back up. We are small, but we are a large, I'd say, important part of Alaska relative to our population. That is all. Ms. Borg.
This woman does not work an 8-hour workday. This woman works a 24/7 workday. Emails at 3:00 in the morning. She's a go-getter. I love her open door policy. If I have a question, she's right there to answer it. Everybody in her team's there to answer it. If she can't, or if Shelby can't, someone gets back to me. I really appreciate that, and I think we should put this forward and pass this.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-048, approving amendments to the City Manager Employment Agreement between the City of Whittier and Jackie C. Wild as amended. Mr. Denmark.
Yes.
Mrs. Borg.
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr.
If
McCulto.
you didn't hear me.
Yes.
I did hear you, Mr. Pinkush. Thank you. Mrs. Lone.
Yes.
Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-048 is approved as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm looking forward to the next 3 years. Okay, the next resolution we have Resolution 2025-049, a resolution approving a conditional letter of intent between the City of Whittier and the Alaska Railroad Corporation for the purchase and sale of 3 non-contiguous parcels totaling approximately 47 acres, and authorizing the city manager to execute the conditional letter of intent and all necessary supporting documents, including leases, permits, and related transaction documents, and to negotiate a final purchase and sale agreement. Is there a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2025-049?
I'll make the
motion.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, if you can just give me one moment, I need to clarify something with the clerk before I go on with my staff report.
Granted.
Sorry about that. I want to make sure that I give you a clear background and justification and intent. As you all know, and as Ms. Clemens had stated in previous citizen comments, it has been a year in the making of us working together with the railroad in a possible land purchase. It has been a long back and forth, but at the same time, this is to clarify that the property ownership and the secure long-term operational certainty and the support municipal development within the reserve, Whittier Terminal Reserve. So this letter of content or conditional letter of intent, as you all know, Resolution 2025-043, council approved the ability to move forward with the purchase of these 47 acres. And that was at a vote of 5-2. And then with that following up, we followed up with the railroad and let them know that we were willing to move forward with that purchase. This comes in with our memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement. The next step is this conditional letter. So basically the letter is formalizing our framework and what that purchase will look like. At the same time, it comes back to us as a council. It comes to me, but then it also comes to council. Every decision we'll make from the very beginning to the very end of this will always come in front of council. And this gives us the ability to be able to work with our contractor and also with the railroad to review what the condition, the final condition is in the negotiated leases and permits. You know, when we first started this process, it was a larger parcel, and you know, as I know that Mr. Denmark will appreciate this, it will provide a termination of the 1998 ground lease and agreement, which we all state as the master lease. With that termination of the master lease, we also have to look at the remaining 2 parcels and what that looks like, whether it would be a lease or a permit, and how we move forward with that. So this conditional letter, we will, if it's approved tonight, it will move forward to the railroad, and then myself and our contractor, Winfluence, as well as legal, will move forward with what those proceedings look like on the leases versus permits, and just doing our due diligence before a final purchase. And you know, this is all again contingent on the legislative portion of that. You know, we, as you know, we have a House bill and a Senate bill. And if those are approved at the legislative level, then it's just that final negotiation portion.
Thank you, Ms. Wild. Any discussion from council?
Question here, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have line numbers, but I'm in the last paragraph of page 65. discussing the conditional letter of intent. And the language indicates termination of the master lease will extinguish certain municipal access and operational rights at the head of the bay. And then is qualified in the next sentence that we intend to be preserved. And I'm looking for a little discourse on how that evolves. To the city manager.
So, as previously discussed, when we first started this process, the head of the bay, there was a possible land swap, and then us, receiving the two large parcels. So out of the 5, we're looking at purchasing, and you have approved purchasing 3 of those lots. At the same time, working with the railroad, and just in deep discussions, when we decided to just purchase the 3 lots, it opens up what that head of the bay could possibly look like. And we want to be able to preserve our ability to use the head of the bay, our ability to, instead of possibly entering into a permit, entering into a lease for those parcels, to secure the continued use by the city and the ability to obtain that. And, I like to say that could possibly be down the road, phase 2 of what this process looks like. But at the same time, the city needs to protect those interests. We know that there's access that we have for our campground. We have emergency medical access. We have police access, and all of the things that are deemed under easements and right-of-ways. We want to make sure that we have those protected in the future. And that's why I worded it the way that I did, because I think that the community and the city should intend to preserve those rights, regardless of whether or not we have a master lease.
Okay, just the language indicates to me that there's something still hanging here regarding preserving those rights, and wondering if it should be a cause for concern.
I think that, we could discuss that in a further aspect. But at this time, I think that the way that even the wording states, those lands are part of the master lease. And if we are terminating the master lease, then we need to be able to protect the rights of the city. And that may be, instead of a revocable permit, it would be a temporary, lease, or, what that looks like. And that's something that would be brought forward to the council once we do the vetting with our legal counsel as well as our consultant.
Thank you, city manager. My ongoing concern about this, as a big a milestone day as it is to be terminating a portion of the master lease, a portion of it still hangs over our head here, and leaving ongoing concerns with me. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Denmark. Any other discussion? Ms. Lone, Mr. Pincush.
No, thank you.
All good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-049, approving a conditional letter of intent between the City of Whittier and the Alaska Railroad Corporation for the purchase and sale of 3 non-contiguous parcels totaling approximately 47 acres, and authorizing the city manager to execute the conditional letter of intent and all necessary supporting documents, including leases, permits, and related transaction documents, and to negotiate a final purchase and sale agreement. Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
No.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-1, and Resolution 2025-049 is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Resolution 2025-050. A resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the municipality of Anchorage for the Whittier Police Department to provide police services to the Girdwood Valley service area for January 1st, 2026 through January 31st, 2027. Is there a motion and a second to approve this resolution?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Mayor, I would like the police chief to give this staff report.
Good evening, council. Currently, we are at the end of our first 3-year contract with the municipality of Anchorage for our police services to Girdwood. Of that contract that the council approved, there's an option for a 2-year renewable. Our contract expires end of this year on December 31st. The 2-year renewable that council approved was an increase of this current contract by 8%. The only issue that occurred is April of this year, we entered into a new service agreement for a dispatch center that substantially increased the cost of our current dispatch center that we had previously. So this current contract reflects the difference of the cost of dispatch that is added to it. So the agreed upon figures that originally was at the end of for the 2-year renewable was an 8% increase, plus approximately $32,000, which would be Girdwood's share of our dispatch service contract. That places us at, for the next 2 years, approximately $889,000 for police services in the Girdwood service area. We've had a very good working relationship with Girdwood, the officers, as well as other first responders in the Girdwood service area, as well as that come over to Whittier. So I urge you to ratify this contract. Officers that currently work for the Whittier Police Department have thrived on both sides in Whittier and Girdwood, and I believe it's a good mating of both communities together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions from council? Online?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Ms. Lone?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. No, all is well. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no discussion on this agenda. Resolution, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-050, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the municipality of Anchorage for the Whittier Police Department to provide police services to the Girdwood Valley service area, January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2027. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-050 is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. New business. We have no new business. Next item on our agenda is council comments.
Yeah.
Mr. Wagner. Go ahead, Mr. Denmark.
Oh, thank you. I missed chunks of the start of the meeting with some tech problems here, but I gathered that there is quite a bit of 11th hour angst regarding the new passenger fee. And I also know that our 2026 budget hangs on this a little bit. And my question would be to the administration, is it appropriate to take this to further conversation? I'm hearing things through the grapevine that, we heard resistance from the railroad tonight. I missed Huna Totem's part, but I don't think it was supportive. And the president of the chamber didn't, his opinion was essentially negative as well. And as we have started out with this idea, which I have fully supported to date, was predicated on that we did have full support of Norwegian Cruise Lines for this, and that CLIA would not be a roadblock either. And so leading to my question would be, have things changed, and does this require any further input or conversation from the people to whom it impacts? Thank you.
Who's he asking? Peter, if you're asking me, I would say yes, but I'm not sure who you're referring that question to.
This is a budgetary issue, and this has been brewing for a year, and I want to make sure that the information that we have based our decisions on is still valid. Will we encounter a problem with CLIA, and is Norwegian still supportive of this idea? So 2 specific questions then, please. To the administration.
Mayor, if I can answer, or my staff can answer, to the first question, yes, we have full support of Norwegian Cruise Lines. We've had that from the very beginning. When it comes to the fact that we have vetted this for 2 years and had multiple work sessions, as well as if you remember back when we first started talking about this ground transportation fee, at the time we came back, we were trying to implement it in 2025. After meeting at a cruise line agency conference with multiple cruise line agencies that operate in Whittier, it was suggested and requested that we push it to 2026 so that they could implement it into their fees. That has never changed. We did come back and amend the implementation date. Myself and the finance director have tried multiple times to meet with other organizations with a no-go. when it comes to, CLIA and their input. We have met with them and spoke to them about, just how Whittier uses the CPV funds, as well as how we have, look into the future of using those CPV funds. I would like the city finance director to be able to follow up with anything that I may have missed. So if you're okay with that.
Mr. Mayor, member of council, this actually, this effort was 23. In June of 2023, council met pretty extensively on trying to solve a number of systemic problems that we were seeing within the community as we were looking at the possibility of developing a new cruise ship dock. One of those main efforts was, how to create a sustainable community. A big part of that was how to create a sustainable harbor. And we were looking at a system-wide solution that would strengthen our harbor and also strengthen the financial strength of the community. At that time, we had something in place, a passenger transportation business tax, PTBT tax. That tax went to the general fund, and that was in other communities, without getting into the details, other communities have both a passenger fee and they also charge sales tax to all their businesses. Whittier is unique in that we allowed our businesses to pay either or. And so for the majority of our businesses elected to pay just the passenger transportation business tax and not pay sales tax. So initially, when we were looking at a systemic fix to our financial house in Whittier, we proposed one solution, which was to require all businesses to pay both the passenger fee and the sales tax. And that was very strongly opposed. So we looked at alternatives to that. And that was through many months of discussions, both at Port and Harbor Commission level and the City Council through work sessions. At the end of those public input sessions, it was decided not to pursue sales tax applied to all businesses and instead to pursue a waterborne transportation fee that would go to the harbor to make the harbor sustainable, and a ground-based transportation fee that would be an impact fee to go to the general fund. It is, people say, well, you have new cruise ships coming and you put this new fee in place because of that. And that's just not the case. We were looking at problems with the harbor and there were no revenues to sustain replacement of the harbor. And so this was really a multi-tiered approach trying to strengthen the infrastructure condition of our harbor at the same time. We have received pushback from members of the industry, but a year ago at this time, we received a very similar letter to what we received tonight, asking us to please push the fee for some period of time to allow the industry to weigh in and come up with alternatives. As the city manager mentioned, we reached out to folks. We asked folks to come up with other solutions. We offered other solutions. Nobody was interested in them. We do have CPV funds, but as it has become kind of our challenge, those CPV funds can be used for a limited array of services, things that directly affect the cruise ships and the cruise ship passengers. And so the city has a lot of other impacts that we have to address from visitors in general, not just from cruise ships, but from all of our visitors. And so this was seen as an equitable way to share the costs of the impacts brought to Whittier by visitors with the visitors. So there has been no magic bullet, no great alternative solutions. We asked for the possibility of maybe having some sort of a memorandum of agreement with entities that would voluntarily agree to pay to contribute to the impact somehow. That didn't gain any traction. We tried to consider the community-wide sales tax. That didn't gain any traction to the visitor industry. So at this point, we are where we are, but I do want to say that, you know, we had proposed other versions of the ordinance that council backed away from based on industry input. And then we did originally approve this fee going into effect January 1st, 2025. And we agreed to postpone that for an entire year. And we're at the 11th hour, and we're just, you know, getting this significant push at the 11th hour to again delay for a year. Just in terms of the magnitude of extent, unfortunately, this was going to be part of the budget discussion we were going to have at our work session on Wednesday night. That was canceled due to lack of a quorum. But it's a significant impact on our budget. And then finally, the question, you know, what are we going to do, and what is if people don't pay? You know, the ordinance has provisions in there that we will follow, like we would follow for anybody else that doesn't pay taxes that are owed to the city. So those provisions shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. They're articulated in the code. We would treat this industry like we treat every other business that would not pay a fee that we believe is legally attributable to that entity. So I don't know if that answers many questions, but the magnitude of the impact to the general fund is about $1.3 million. So it's not insignificant of an impact to the general fund. So part of what we'll be talking to council about is, you know, the uncertainty of our revenues in 2026. But if council, you know, wants to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we're going to plug a $1.3 million hole, you know, this is the solution we came up with over the last 3 years. It hasn't been a year, it's been 3 years ago. And we haven't, like I said, had any great ideas. Norwegian has stated that they do support the fee because they want to see the infrastructure in Whittier improved to benefit their customers so that their customers have a good user experience. Early on in the process, Huna Totem was supportive. Somewhere along the line, their position hasn't been as supportive. There are other industry members that are not at all supportive. And I'll just end on one note, and that is we did allow in the ordinance for entities that work together to partner so that one entity, for example, if you are a cruise line and you have customers that are embarking or disembarking in Whittier, if you elect to charge your customers the $5 fee, then you could, in agreement with the other entities that are providing transportation on your behalf, you could collect and remit that rather than the bus companies or the train or whomever. And we've gotten some good feedback on having allowed that option in the code because it simplifies things for the downstream businesses. So that's also an option if folks want to pursue that.
And I was surprised by and I've got a bad repeater here, echo going, the vitriol with which the early meeting presentations were made. But thank you for that explanation.
Mr. Wagner.
So, thank you, Chris. I agree with what administration has said. I don't know why this has come up in the final hours. I have read the letters. I've heard on the streets some of the threats, some of the angst. I guess at this point in time, I don't see a way out of this, but would it be too much to ask to just have one? I tried to get a meeting before this council meeting. Would it be too much to ask to have one more sit down, one more town hall or even if it's just a meeting with administration, to try to figure out something so that we don't have to go down this road versus that road. Because it's already been said, some of the players here are just, they're not going to pay. And we're going to have to go after them to get the money. And yeah, I realize we have mechanism to do it. I'd rather not do that. It's right now, it seems to be all about perception on who is not getting a fair deal. I don't know why this has gotten to where it is and why it has taken so long to come out. But if this could be delayed until the next council meeting before this goes into effect, the council meeting in January, and give everyone time to come and talk about it. I don't know if anything's going to change, but at least everybody will get to say their fair share and hopefully not walk away with hard feelings.
If I may, if you're proposing like an additional meeting, we did have to cancel one of our meetings past our budgetary workshop mid-cycle meeting. Maybe perhaps that could be a great venue to lay everything out, because that's what we were going to talk about, as Ms. Urshinger stated. I have something else, but I don't know if you want to respond to that, Ms. Urshinger.
We certainly will be discussing potential impacts in the budget during the mid-cycle budget adjustment. My primary concern is that the industry did ask us a year ago to delay implementation for a year so that they could roll the fees into the tickets that they would be selling in advance. So I am concerned about uncertainty. In other words, if we say we're delaying implementation, that has certain effects. If we say we're talking about the issue, we're always open to talking. We've been trying to get people to talk to us to no avail. I mean, they talk to everybody else, but they don't come to us with proposals or solutions. So that's been the frustration.
So I'm going to add something here, I guess, about one of the seminars I watched, and it was on tourism. And so some things here I think might just help, just more informational and in support of our efforts here. So one thing that was brought up in here, and this comes around, Mr. Holland, if you're listening, the speaker here spoke of the cruise ship passenger excise tax. And this tax, I believe, was implemented 2010, I believe. You were in the same seminar with me, and it's $34.50. Since then, they have not made any CPI adjustments. That's one thing that this tax analyst looked at. And so if they had indexed that fee to inflation today, it would be $50 approximately. So that's something that the state has not done. It's been a fixed number for 15 years. And as you know, like, we have indexed many of our rates and salaries to, we attempt to CPI. That's a consumer price index, because inflation happens. So that's an impact there. Now, also, when we transferred that passenger business transport, oh boy, I'm fumbling the words here. The passenger transportation business tax. We transferred it to the harbor in efforts to make it more sustainable, because the harbor was not filling its depreciation. Basically, we could not pay for it. And so that we implement that mechanism. And then we extended that deadline. And then at the detriment of our general fund was sitting at, I believe it was between 7 to 9 months of an operating fund revenue. about a year ago. And the latest, if you look in your packets, it's down to 5 months now. So we are slowly, we're going off of a, I mean, if this trend continues, we're kind of going off of a fiscal cliff here. And so we put ourselves at risk. We let go of, for lack of a better word to say it, we let go of a vine, our rope, however, swinging through there before grabbing onto another one there for these past couple of years. And so we've put ourselves out on a limb here. These communities in Southeast Alaska, they have done many things to try to address the impacts of additional tourism, whether it's from cruise ships or from individual travel and stuff. For example, Skagway implemented recently, within the last couple of years, a vessel impact fee. This is on top of the CPV. CPV dollars are restricted in their nature. They can only be spent on benefits that directly affect cruise ship passengers. However, but that limits us. We are, even though the harbor front is a big component of our community, there's more to our community than our waterfront. There's a community that exists here through the winter, and as we know that it's costly to keep things running and to keep year-round, services and stuff. All these services cost us money. We have no mechanism to pay for our boilers. Apparently, we're going to have to talk about how we're going to pay for those, because we don't have a mechanism to pay for the things when they break down. Our roads, we have no mechanism to replace our roads right now. We're basically riding on hopes and dreams to pay for our roads and all the infrastructure that goes underneath them. Right now, if you look at our budget, our wastewater system is, if you factor in depreciation, we're heading for another fiscal cliff with that. And we keep running on this narrative that we are going to find grants. But back to my comment on during the mayor's report, the state of the Alaska budget is not well. They are also heading for a fiscal cliff. So, grants from at the state level are going to be diminishing. And then back to the about the director of Alaska Homeland Security, they are saying that we're heading toward thinner times for aid at the federal level. So it's really important that we put mechanisms in place to make ourselves more self-sustainable, because we have to be resilient to these changes here, because all this business, these operations ride on this city maintaining the infrastructure, whether it's our police services, our EMS, our roads, harbor, a waterfront administration that enforces our code and pursues the slim pickings of grants that will be left out there here in the coming years. That's all. That was my comment on that. Thank you.
So I want to follow up on that. Just so you understand, and I'm perfectly clear here, I'm not asking for an entire year. I'm not asking to repeal this. I'm just asking for one more opportunity for everyone to say what they need to say. And, I don't know what's going to happen, but at least moving forward, they can't go crying and say, well, we didn't give them an opportunity. We tried in the very end to make a compromise, and the city wasn't willing to compromise. And you know what? I don't want to have to fight this with attorneys. Just all I'm asking for is 30 days.
I'm just going to say, as administration, I understand the request from Councilmember Wagner, but the implementation and the code as it stands implements this fee on January 1st. Because it is in council comments, your request to schedule a work session is duly noted. But at the same time, to set up that type of work session before January 1st is almost, to be honest. And so then at the council level, what does that look like? You know, tonight you have people in the audience, but you don't have all of the industry, correct? And so if you are making decisions to schedule a meeting within the next 30 days, it causes the ability for them to push for another 30 days and another 30 days and another 30 days.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm not even interested whether they meet in this chamber with council. If they meet with you, if they meet with an administration and you come to the council and say, well, here's what we discussed, we're not moving. Here's what we discussed, we've got to compromise. I'm fine with that. I don't care either way. I just want them to get their voice.
So my response to that is my door is always open. My phone is always on. My email is always ready to go. And as Finance Director Erstinger had said previously, we have on multiple occasions said that to multiple of the industry. They haven't reached out to us. But I will say right now on camera, I'm sure everybody is watching and people that are in the audience, my number is 907-491-0029. You can contact me. My email is citymanager@whittieralaska.gov. And at any point in time, you can call me. I will gladly discuss the ground transportation fee. We will schedule meetings, but at the same point, we have reached out. We have done that multiple times over the last 2.5 years with no avail. So I will happily say it again. My number is 907-491-0029, citymanager@whittieralaska.gov. Please reach out if you have questions and concerns. But at the same time, I'm not going to reach out. I'm going to expect you to reach out.
Mr. Mayor?
I think
I want to just check the other council members because we've been dominating this council comments. Ms. Borg?
I think 2.5 years is long enough. That's just, if they're not going to reach out in that time, it kind of feels like they've stalled to the last minute and now want something done right away. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Ms. Borg. Mr. McAlto? Council comments?
I'm in the same boat. Yeah. If they haven't reached out to our staff and right at the closing moment, what does that mean to us?
Thank you. Online, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Pincush, Ms. Denmark?
Yeah, nobody, I don't think anybody wants contention or upset. We all want to work together. But kind of piggybacking off what you said, Mr. Mayor, a town of, 270 or so people don't have the same impact as, 1 million visitors. So even down to our basic infrastructure, trash, water, boilers, roads, all these things, our small group of residents, we might not even need some of these upgrades if we weren't seeing so many visitors, which of course visitors are awesome, but we have to be able to keep up in order to provide better experiences for them and to keep residents happy too. I don't know. I see a lot of other places where, I can't think of specifics right now, like you named some in Skagway and stuff, but I see a lot of other communities implementing things like this to to keep their infrastructure up and their residents happy. So I think, like Ms. Borg said, 2.5 years is a very long time. It's just kind of strange to me that this, all came up less than a month before it was going to be implemented. But that's just my thought.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Pencush, Mr. Denmark.
Yes, I'll start off by saying that conversations can continue without suspending this, so it can be changed at a later time if a better solution is brought up. But I will say that this fee has been it wasn't called exactly the same thing, has been in place for years, and it was zeroed out years ago because the way the code was written, it was unfair. It would only affected the little guy, the small van, but basically the way it was done is cruise ship passengers were exempt. So if you got on the wrong bus, you had to pay, and this fee as it is a lot more fair than it was. So it's a better option than it was. And then a little bit of history beyond too, before the cruise ship dock was at the head of the bay, we ramped up our fire and EMS to accommodate that. There was an expense to that. We just approved a grader a few months ago. And one of the things for the reason for needing that grader was the head of the bay, so expectation of this fee to help with I assume with the potholes up at the head of the bay. And then we also, by postponing this, we basically, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that we've gone from 7 to 9 months of reserves to 5. It's because of this. We ate at least $300,000 out of our budget to accommodate giving another year. So there's an expense to that. And then the part that gets me the most is the very people that are in here not wanting this fee are the ones that were asking us 6 months or a year ago, we need places to park our buses and our vans while we're waiting for clients. Well, I agree 100%, but we need money to make that parking lot. And this is a direct fee that will assist these people do a better job and make it easier for them. So it's not like we're just taking the money and putting it in our pocket. It's going to benefit the very industry that is going to be burdened by collecting it, not the one paying it, but the one that will be burdened. So I happy to have discussions, but I don't agree with delaying it any further than it has gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pincush. Is there any further council comments on anything? It doesn't just have to be on this.
I just wanted to thank Chris and Shelby for taking the time to prepare and travel for the scheduled budget work session last week. I know you both had things arranged, existing commitments to AML and to be there. And it was unfortunate that meeting was canceled due to lack of quorum. I hope we can be more mindful of time and effort staff puts in to support this council going forward. Thank you.
Any online comments? Additional comments on anything?
I got one more comment. I thought I said this earlier, and maybe I wasn't clear. This is not an all or nothing type situation. Mr. Pincush said, it doesn't really matter if this goes into effect now. I can't remember the exact wording, but it actually does matter because right now, everyone that's talking is trying to plan for the season. So it is important. They are trying to make decisions. Honestly, God, I don't even want to talk about this, but I'm telling you, I'm going to make a motion to put this off for 30 days. You guys can vote however you want, but if not, this needs to be on the agenda at the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may I? Because you are speaking about an ordinance that's already already part of code, to amend an ordinance takes an ordinance. So, and to pass an ordinance, it takes 2 meetings to pass. So we would need to bring forward an ordinance at the January meeting in order to, the timing is not great because we don't really have the time, unless you want to schedule 2 special meetings between now and January 1st. I don't believe it's possible.
Look, I'm just trying to keep the peace here. Everybody seems to be going down 2 different roads here, and you know what? I guess at this point in time, then fine. We'll just, as long as it gets on the agenda for the next meeting. I tried to get it on the agenda for this meeting, but because of AML and other things, it couldn't happen. So, and here we are. Sorry, I'm annoyed because I hate to say this, but it's not like I even agree with this. I'm just trying to do my due diligence as a council member. You know, it's hard to represent the citizens of Whittier, and sometimes it conflicts with trying to represent the businesses of Whittier. I don't know. I just wanted everybody to be able to talk about this and get it off my plate.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. We all share these same challenges and stuff, and I appreciate you speaking about this. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Wagner, through the mayor, could you clarify what exactly you would want to see on the next agenda?
I actually can't.
Oh,
So
that makes it very
we-
difficult.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just never mind. We can do this a different way. I don't need to make a motion to do this. So we'll do it later.
Okay, if there's no further council comments, I would like to open up citizens discussion. Time is limited for 5 minutes per speaker on any subject over which the commission has control. Again, this is not a time for dialogue. Rather, it's a time to allow citizens to speak and the council to listen. And Madam Clerk, is anyone signed in for citizens discussion?
No one is signed in.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
I didn't think I'd be coming back up here again, but the gal who could really speak to this whole transportation tax left, and then my phone, I can hardly touch it now because it's just red hot. But I think Kelly was pretty clear on what the state of that situation is. There are a lot of people that are unhappy with it. And unfortunately, probably the person that contributes the most to passengers coming to this town, I'm speaking of Phillips Cruise and Tours, isn't here. So I'm not sure if his stance on that, but there's a company that all of their clients come in on a state maintained road. They park in a private parking lot and they get on the vessel on a private dock that they all pay for. So we reap some of the benefits here in the city through those people coming in early. They might buy some coffee or whatever it is, go around town, buy some trinkets to remember their visit to Whittier. But if we start to discourage that business, I think it's very, very bad for our future. The optics are terrible of that whole deal. here, I think there is about 18 to 20 more ships that are scheduled to visit our town here in this upcoming season. So we have to think about the long-term ramifications. I think it'd be prudent to do that, of what happens not in 2026, but what happens in 27 or 28 and 29. Kelly alluded to that there's a brand new dock in Seward. So we're competing with those folks. But I guess I'll end it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Is there anyone else in the audience who would wish to speak?
You've talked about trying to meet with folks from the industry. Tonight, more would have been here. However, this was not on the agenda for tonight. So I'd like to see this on your January agenda and have that dialogue continue. And the rest of the folks from the industry will be here and they will lay out the impact for you. So I'd like to see this on your January agenda.
Thank you. Any other citizen discussion? Okay, let's move to council and administration response to citizen comments.
Mayor, I don't have a response to citizen comments, but I do want to respond to council. I just want to say that the continued support of council is very important as the city moves forward into new industry and new adventures. I want to say that I appreciate each and every one of you for the decisions that you have to make on a daily basis. I appreciate the fact that you recognize that you are, the people that lead a community of 273 people into a future that looks, bright at some points and dismal at other points. I know that it is extremely hard as council members to have to be a no man sometimes, or woman, and a yes man and woman. But I appreciate the fact that you as council members recognize that, and also recognize that your constituents need to be heard. And at the same time, know that the impacts that sometimes feel really bad come out at the end as a really good thing for the community as a whole. So I just want to say that I appreciate that. I appreciate the businesses that we work with. I appreciate the future of those businesses. And I just want to say thank you for it.
Any comments from council? Ms. Borg?
I guess going to Mr. Bender's thing about Phillips Cruise Line, I mean, sure, they have their own private dock and everything, but they walk around and use the restrooms. They use our EMS if they have to. I mean, they are using our services. I mean, they're not just getting off on a private dock and not using anything in the city. So, I mean.
Big sales tax on everything they buy.
Well, I mean, they still are using, our services.
Anyone online? Mr. Pincush, Ms. Lone, Mr. Denmark?
Nothing more here.
Nothing.
Nothing here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Next item. Do we have items for executive session?
Yes, we do have items for executive session, Mayor, and at this time, I would like to request that during our executive session, item 20, I would like my finance director, the harbor master, the public works director, our consultant, and our lobbyist, as well as our representative, if he wants to attend the executive session. It will be discussing the railroad land purchase and the finances. So if the representative wants to excuse himself, I totally understand. If our lobbyist wants to recuse herself from attending the executive session, I totally understand. But I do need the contractor as well as the assistant city manager in this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
I need to go outside.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wild. Also, okay. Let's see.
And
Okay, do we need a motion in a second to enter an executive session?
same people in item 21.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on the motion to enter into executive session to discuss the Alaska Railroad Corporation land purchase, matters of which, if immediately disclosed, would tend to adversely affect the finances of the city, Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.040B1, and leases, matters that would tend to injure the reputation of a person, provided, however, that the person may request a public discussion, Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.040B2. Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark, Mr. Denmark? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Mayor Shen?
Yes.
The motion passes and council enters into executive session at 9:59 PM.
We're taking a small break, Peter.
Okay. Mr. Wagner has made a motion to exit executive session, seconded by Mr. McCulto. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, voting on the motion to exit executive session, Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mayor Shen.
Yes.
The motion passes and council exits executive session at 11:22 p.m. Is there a motion and a second to direct administration to request a construction and business plan or a lease amendment in time for the February council meeting from the leaseholder of Lot 13A Triangle Business Area?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Borg? Second?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm totally taking over. Okay, voting on the motion to direct administration to request a construction and business plan or a lease amendment in time for the February council meeting from the leaseholder of Lot 13A Triangle Business Area. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mrs. Borg,
Yes.
Mrs. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
And yes.
Mr. Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and administration is so directed.
Is there any further business? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned at 11:23.
Thank you. Good night, Peter.